Okay. Hello, hello, hello. So today we are going to learn about authentication vulnerabilities. So yeah, as usual, I will take notes, but I won't show you guys my notes, but I'll try to explain to the best of my understanding, and hopefully you guys can study with me. Okay, let me set up my notes first. Wait. Okay. Yeah. So let's start then. So the path. This is the path that we are going to do today. Yeah. Okay, let's get started. Okay. Mm, Let me put this up. Why can't I put this anywhere? Okay. Ah, finally. Okay, let's start. So what is authentication? So authentication is the process of verifying the identity of a user or client. Websites are potentially exposed to anyone who is connected to the internet. This makes robust authentication mechanisms integral to effective web security. There are three main types of authentication: something you know, such as a password or the answer to a security question. These are sometimes called knowledge factors. So security questions is like the one where we were given a question, right? Like what's your pet name, or what's your sister's name? Yeah. Something you have. This is a physical object such as a mobile phone or a security token. These are sometimes called possession factors. So this is like 2FA, right? 2FA when you need your own number to verify yourself. And something you are or do. For example, your biometric patterns or your patterns of behavior. These are sometimes called inherent factors. So I don't understand this part. So let's search it up. Oh, okay. So it's like biometrics. Okay, that's understandable. I think I'm gonna save this part because this is the basics of the authentication, right? Yeah, authentication mechanisms rely on a range of technologies to verify one or more of these factors. Okay, so I'm gonna save this part to my notes because I feel like this is very important for us to understand and to save, because this is like the low hanging fruit of authentication. Whenever you are going to like try pen testing authentication, you always need to think about three of these things, so you have a better understanding of the application that you are trying to attack. So maybe the application have a password weak password generation, or if it have a what do you call it, a broken business logic in the mobile phone or the security token, or if you have like a vulnerability bypass on the biometrics, that could be very cool. Yeah. So what is the difference between authentication and authorization? Ooh. So authentication is the process of verifying that a user is who they claim to be. Authorization involves verifying whether a user is allowed to do something. So, okay, I think I understand this part. Authentication is basically we trying to prove that we are the owner of the account. Authorization is what the account can do, like the privileges of the account that we have. And yeah, for example, authentication determines whether someone attempting to access a website with the username Carlos123 really is the same person who created the account. Yeah, like I said, we are trying to prove that we are him, like we are the owner of the account. So that is there's the part where authentication comes, and the second one is called once Carlos123 is authenticated, so we are already authenticated, then their permissions determine what they are authorized to do. For example, they may be authorized to access personal information of other users or perform actions such as deleting another user's account. So a good example is basically like an account. Like usually we can log into the account called winner, right? Winner is just only the user. We are trying to get administrator. Winner and administrator have different authorization. Like the admin will have more authorization, like he will have higher privileges, but not winner. Yeah, that's authorization. So how do authentication vulnerabilities arise? Most vulnerabilities in the authentication mechanism occur in one of two ways. The authentication mechanisms are weak because they fail to adequately protect against brute force attacks. Yeah, no rate limiting. Imagine if you have like a login page but you don't rate limit the password. So usually after a while, even in your mobile phone, when you try to brute force a password, when you try to guess a password too much, it will like freeze you, stop you for like a minute, then it will let you try again in a minute, then if you fail again, then it will stop you again. So that function is created to block brute force attacks. Yeah, it's basically the same. Logic flaws or poor coding in the implementation allow the authentication mechanism to be bypassed entirely by an attacker. This is sometimes called broken authentication. Hmm. Similarly to SQL injections, right? Yeah, I think similar SQL injections could be called authentication vulnerability. In many areas of web development, logic flaws cause the website to behave unexpectedly, which may or may not be a security issue. However, as authentication is so critical to security, it's very likely that flawed authentication logic exposes the website to security issues. Yeah, because authentication is one of the most important things in websites when you need an account. Yeah, if that logic is flawed, then it's very, very urgent. It's very, very bad. Okay, let's continue. So, what is the impact of vulnerable authentication? The impact of authentication vulnerabilities can be severe. If an attacker bypasses authentication or brute forces their way into another user's account, they have access to all the data and functionality that the compromised account has. If they are able to compromise a high privilege account such as a system administrator, they could take full control over the entire application and potentially gain access to the internal infrastructure. Yeah, this is the impact. If we can steal someone else's account, it will be a very, very, very bad. It will be a critical, yeah, critical vulnerability. Other than we can steal an admin's account, we can also steal other users' data. Like imagine if I can go into someone else's bank account, that will be very bad. Wait, it's a bit lagging. Might as well I'll take this to the notes. Am I lagging? I don't know. I'm not sure. So what is the impact of vulnerable authentication? Yeah, this is the continued part. Even compromising a low privilege account might still grant attacker access to the data that they otherwise shouldn't have, such as commercially sensitive business information. Yeah, this is what I just said. Similar to what I just said about stealing other users' account. We can access their data. Even if the account does not have access to sensitive data, it must still allow the attacker to access additional pages, which provide a further attack surface. Often, high-severity attacks are not possible from publicly accessible pages, but they may be possible from an internal page. Yeah, this is very bad. So let me save this part and put it below the one from before. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so now we are going to study about the vulnerabilities in password-based login. So this is from the first part. Imagine we are going into the something you know one, that is password, and yeah, an answer to a security question is basically the same. Yeah, we are going into that. So for websites that adopt a password-based login process, users either register for an account themselves or they are assigned an account by an administrator. This account is associated with a unique username and a secret password, which the user enters in a login form to authenticate themselves. Yeah, this is the basics of login page, right? They need a unique username, so there are no like the same username with the different password, and they will have a secret password. In this scenario, the fact that they know the secret password is taken as sufficient proof of the user's identity. This means that the security of the website this means that the security of the website is compromised if an attacker is able either to obtain or grasp the login credentials of another user, because this password should be a secret and there should be no one to know what the password is. This can be achieved in a number of ways. The following sections show how an attacker can brute force attacks and some of the flaws in brute force protection. You will also learn about the vulnerabilities in HTTP basic authentication. Okay, interesting. So let us continue. You have 19 rooms. This is so much. Okay, so brute force attacks. A brute force attack is when an attacker uses a system of trial and error to guess valid user credentials. These attacks are typically automated using a word list of username and passwords. Automating this process, especially using dedicated tools, potentially enables an attacker to make vast numbers of login attempts at high speed. Brute forcing is not always just a case of making completely random guesses at usernames and passwords. By also using basic logic or publicly available knowledge, attackers can fine-tune brute force attacks to make much more educated guesses. This considerably increases the efficiency of such attack. Websites that rely on password-based login as their sole method of authenticating, so this means without 2FA, only password login, users can be highly vulnerable if they do not implement sufficient brute force protection. Yeah. Brute forcing usernames. Usernames are especially easy to guess if they conform to a recognizable pattern, such as an email address. For example, it is very common to see business logins in the format first name dot last name at some company. However, even if there is no obvious pattern, sometimes even high privileged accounts are created using predictable usernames such as admin and administrator. Yeah, this is the normal. This is a very guessable name. During auditing, check whether the website discloses potential usernames publicly. For example, are you able to access user profiles without logging in? Even if the actual content of the profiles is hidden, the name used in the profile is sometimes the same as the login username. You should also check HTTP responses to see if any email addresses are disclosed. Occasionally, responses contain email addresses of high privileged users. such as administrators or IT support. Ooh. So disclosing your high privilege and administrators email is very bad. I will keep that in mind. And also, sometimes websites will disclose usernames. So there are two types of usernames, right? The username we use to log in and the nickname that is shown to people. Sometimes people are lazy to change their username, so they could be reasonable for us to try. Okay, so now we are going into brute forcing passwords. Passwords can similarly be brute forced, with the difficulty varying based on the strength of the password. Many websites adopt some form of password policy, which forces the user to create high entropy passwords that are theoretically at least harder to crack using brute force alone. This typically involves enforcing passwords with a minimum number of characters, usually above 8, a mixture of lower and uppercase letters, and at least one special character. I know there are some websites that require at least one number. I forgot. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, standard password policy, right? Yeah, standard password policy. Standard. But okay, this is the continued one. However, while high entropy passwords are difficult for a computer alone to crack, you can use a basic knowledge of human behavior to exploit the vulnerabilities that users unwittingly introduce to the system. Rather than creating a strong password with a random combination of characters, users often take a password that they can remember and try to crowbar it into fitting the password policy. For example, if my password is not allowed, users may try something like my password 1, then what do you call this in English? I don't know. Exclamation mark, okay. Or my password, but using a unique symbol to represent the S and numbers to represent the A and O. Yeah, similar to flags, right? Instead, in cases where the policy requires users to change their passwords on a regular basis, it is also common for users to just make a minor predictable changes to their preferred password. For example, my password becomes my oh yeah, my password 1 exclamation mark becomes my password 1 question mark. Or my password 2 exclamation mark dot. Just slight changes. This knowledge of likely credentials and predictable patterns means that brute force attacks can often be much more sophisticated and therefore effective than simply iterating through every possible combination of characters. Yeah, we could try to guess the patterns of the user's password. And now we are going into after we can brute force, but before we can brute force password, I think username enumeration should be done first. So username enumeration. Username enumeration is when an attacker is able to observe changes in the website's behavior in order to identify whether a given username is valid. Username enumeration typically occurs either on the login page, for example, when you enter a valid username but an incorrect password, or on registration forms when you enter a username that is already taken. Oh, this is one of the best ways to find usernames. This greatly reduces the time and effort required to brute force a login because the attacker is able to quickly generate a short list of valid usernames. Yeah, should keep this in mind. So this is the continued. While attempting to brute force a login page, you should pay particular attention to any differences in status codes. During a brute force attack, the return HTTP status code is likely to be the same for the vast majority of guesses, because most of them will be wrong. If a guess returns a different status code, this is a strong indication that the username was correct. It is best practice for websites to always return the same status code regardless of the outcome. But this practice is not always followed. Yeah. We could also bypass this one. Imagine if you are brute forcing using Python, maybe you can take the response using like a beautiful soup, then you could parse, then if there are no wrong account, wrong username or password, then you are logged in. Yeah. That's the way to bypass this. Next, error messages. Sometimes the return error message is different depending on whether both usernames and passwords are incorrect, or only the password was incorrect. It is best practice for websites to use identical generic messages in both cases, but small typing errors sometimes creep in. Just one character out of place makes the two messages distinct, even in cases where the character is not visible on the rendered page. Yeah, I feel like wrong username or wrong password, they should return the same error. Okay, so the user will get more information about them. Okay, so now it's about response times. If most of the requests were handled with similar response time, any that deviate from this suggests that something different was happening behind the scenes. This is another indication that the guest username might be correct. For example, a website might only check whether the password is correct if the username is valid. This extra step might cause a slight increase in the response time. This might be subtle, but an attacker can make this delay more obvious by entering an excessively long password that the website takes noticeably longer to handle. Okay, so the first lab is username enumeration via different responses. This lab is vulnerable to username enumeration and password brute force attacks. It has an account with a predictable username and password, which can be found in the following word list. To solve the lab, enumerate a valid username, brute force this user's password, and then access their account page. Okay, so I already solved the challenge, but to be honest, I don't remember anything about this. So let's open the candidate passwords and okay. So this is the username and passwords. So yeah. Okay, so it returns an invalid username. How can we brute force this? Okay, so let's try using an intruder. Usernames. Copy all of them. Can add this part if a simple as now. Let's try to attack. Hopefully there will be a different word. Oh, so we can wait until all of the accounts have been enumerated. Hopefully we could find one that is different. From what I'm thinking is we could check if any of the results are different, the length, because the message invalid username should disappear if we find a valid username. So the length will be different because a different error message will occur. PASSVORD. Oh, never mind. It's the same length as password. How can we? What about responses? Wait. Oh, that's the missing parameter. How can I filter this part? Wait, something's different here. Oh yeah, it has a different length, right? Usually it will say incorrect, what? Invalid username, but it has incorrect password now. So it has a different error. So this is very good for us. So let's check the name. The username is ActiveStat. Okay, so now we can stop this attack and discard it. And now we can put ActiveStat here. Then let's brute force this part. But now we'll use the passwords. And I'm pretty sure we will get a different. Now we could check for the status code, maybe. Oh, never mind. We will always find a different blank probably. Okay, so let us wait until we find the correct password. Sadly, I'm using the free version of Burp, so it's taking a while. Oh, so we already found the password. So the password is 7 times, and ActiveStat is the username. So let us try to log in. ActiveStat 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Log in. Nice. Then we have solved the lab. Nice, that was pretty easy. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, refresh. Wait, did I refresh? Okay, let's continue. Okay, so now username enumeration via subtly different responses. This type is subtly vulnerable to username enumeration and password brute force attacks. It has an account with a predictable username and password which can be found in the following word list. It's the same, right? Yeah, it's the same, so we can use the same. So let's access the lab. So now it's different responses. I feel like this is the HTTP response, like the number 200, 400. Yeah. Let us try. So let's first intercept this part, then put it to intruder. Okay, so it still uses invalid username. So what if we give it? Where's the? Okay, here it is. Wait, let me just put it on my notes. I feel like it's better. Yeah. So this is the usernames. Wait, oh no, this is the passwords. This is the usernames. The reason why I put it on my notes is because I can do like Control A, then Control C, then Control V if I want to paste it. It'll be faster. Okay, let's try. Start the attack. So let's. Is the length always different? Yeah, we can't sort it by length now. So what can we sort it? I feel like this time we can sort it by status code. And now the rest is maybe behind. We shall wait until the Brute force is finished. I really wish I have the premium version of Bird because this is taking a while. And it's kinda wasting my time. Kinda. Hmm. Imagine if it works on 6-7. 6-7. Oh, it doesn't work. Yeah, that was sad. Are we ever going to solve this part? Valid. So let's check the challenge again. Different responses, right? Subtly, but only subtly. Or maybe this is the part where we can try to brute force a different, the long password one. Because he said subtly, right? What is the response received meaning? Oh, it's the time taken. Ooh, should have done that first. So, I think we need to try again, but this time I'm going to do this. Let's create a very long password and start the attack. And hopefully we can get one. That should take longer. Higher response, please. If this doesn't work, I'm a bit confused. Let's start it by response. I'll just go to the toilet first while I'll wait for this. Let me pause the stream a bit. Never mind. What is this? Akamai. Hmm. I don't think it's working. Am I wrong? I really want to try to brute force the payload Akamai. I think it's strong. Is that new? Never mind. 667. I think I'm going to fear the solution because I'm a bit confused now. Let's see the solution. Yes. Mm-hmm. The same. What? How? Is it here? Oh, settings. Then under grab and extract. Yeah. Click add. Hmm. What? Missing parameter? Or maybe because I emptied that part. Oh yeah. Oh, this is very interesting. I didn't know you could do that. So this is caused by a slight typo, right? So we need to wait until we finish. No, I should go to the toilet. Okay. So let's see. Ooh, we found a one that's different. A slight typo. Okay, so I'm pretty sure AU is a correct username. So yeah, let's try to brute force AU as well. Nice. Then let's create it AU. Then the password should be deleted. Then shall add. Take the password part. Then nope. Where is it? Payloads. Clear, paste. Then let's start the attack and solve the challenge. Yeah, this is kinda. I didn't expect it to be like that. It's kinda guessy for me. What? Oh, to be honest, yeah, for me it's a bit guessy because. Oh, no, it's not guess. Yeah, it's the problem here is that the application is using a different error message for the. Did you get a password? Wait. Yeah, we got a password. The application is using a different error for the wrong password and the wrong username. So that's why this is a problem. AU killer. So let's log in to the page. AU then killer. Nice, we solved the challenge. Interesting. That was fun. I learned something new. I didn't know intruder could do that. So that's very cool. Let's refresh to see the solve. Nice. Let's continue. Okay, now it's the response timing. So this lab is vulnerable to username enumeration using its response times. To solve the lab, enumerate a valid username, brute force this user's password, then access their account page. Okay, let's access this. This is the part. I think this is the one that we should. Okay. I think I can solve this one, maybe. Let's solve it. Let's try to log in first to see. Why are we given a user account? Let's check. Are there any functions? Nope. There are no weird stuff. I feel like that. That's a bit weird. So let's try to brute force this part. Mama, I'm chasing a... So but this time we can give it a big password. Okay, I feel like that's big enough. Then let's give it the username. Let's start the attack, and hopefully you can get a different response time. Let's sort it. Oh, crazy. Did we finish it already? Let's do a second intruder. Wait, let's send to intruder again, but this time using the task as the username. Let's add a password. Yeah. And hopefully we can solve this. Wait, what? So it doesn't work like that. Is it via X? What? I forgot the header name. X for Rutherford, right? Let's try to intercept it. So if I try now, then it'll give a, yeah. What if I give it a X forwarded for? Is this it? God. Oh yeah. Let's try. Oh yeah, it works. So we need to change the burp intruder method. So let's discard this. Then let's check. Let's copy this. Then let's do the attack first. Yeah. But now I'm gonna add a second one. Yeah, I feel like this should work, right? Missing parameter. Oh, yeah. My bad. Discard. What? You can't use two? Add. That can add here. Why doesn't it work? Huh? Oh, okay. Let's do the battering ram one. I feel like that's the problem. Yeah, this should work. And let's find the response received. What is this? Invalid username or password. Okay. Hopefully we can find a different response time. I sure hope this works. Higher response. Yeah, this stuff is pretty cool. It uses the explorated for. I forgot where I learned that. It's on one of the videos, but I know. Oh, okay. I found the account. I know this is the correct account. So AK is the user. So let's start the second attack. So discard and put this. I'll just brute force it here. Then still using the same explorated for battering ram. Can remove this. Then can paste the whole number. Why does this work? Because the explorated for will have the password payload. You can see the password and the explorated for is the same, so it'll be different every time. Okay, the password is the username is AK, then password is password. Yeah, that's pretty easy. Okay, so this time I need to intercept it. So let's intercept AK password login. Then we can add a X forwarded for haha. And we have solved the challenge. Nice, that was pretty easy and fun. Yeah, that was cool. Let's refresh and continue. Okay, flawed brute force protection. It is highly likely that a brute force attack will involve many failed guesses before the attacker successfully compromise an account. Logically, brute force protection revolves around trying to make it as tricky as possible to automate and process and slow down the rate at which an attacker can attempt logins. The two most common ways of preventing brute force attacks are locking the account that the remote user is trying to access if they make too many failed login attempts. So yeah, you can freeze the account. And second one is blocking the remote user's IP address if they make too many login attempts in a quick succession. Yeah, this is the same as before, which we can bypass using X404 because that represents where we are coming from. Yeah, and both approaches offer varying degrees of protection, but neither is invulnerable, especially if implemented using flawed logic. For example, you might sometimes find that your IP is blocked if you fail to log in too many times, and sometimes in some implementations, for the counter for the number of failed attempts resets if the IP owner logs in successfully. Hmm. Oh yeah. This means an attacker will simply have to log in to their own account every few attempts to prevent this limit. Oh, okay. This is very cool. I never thought about that. So imagine if the IP, the way you ban the IP is by checking if this IP is trying to log in but failed like 10 times, then you will ban it. But imagine if we, at the ninth time, we log into our own account, then the system will check the IP, then see that it's already logged in successfully. Then it resets. Yeah. In this case, merely including your own login credentials at regular intervals throughout the word list is enough to render this defense virtually useless. Yeah, it's very useless. Broken brute force protection IP block. This app is vulnerable due to a logic flaw in its password brute force protection. To solve the lab, brute force the victim's password, then log in and access their account page. So this time you are going to try. So I don't think I want to check the hint first. Okay, so let's try. Hum. So let's put it to see it again. Okay, it's the same, right? Yeah, it's the same. So we can use the need to get into Carlos, right? Yes, Carlos. Now let's try using this. Let's try just doing normal ones. Wait, let me make my IP blocked so I can see what the blocked IP looks like. With intercept, then put it to repeater. Okay. IP block, right? What if X forwarded 4? I don't think this will work, but let's try. Huh. Okay, so I think this is the same as before. So how can we solve this is by logging in correctly. This is a bit complex. We need to set up the intruder so that every 3 times we can log in correctly. How can we do that though? Hmm. Hmm. This payload type lets you configure multiple lists of items and generate payloads using implementation. I don't think this is it. Let's just act as ChatGPT free. For the Portswigger Academy. Are we banned again? Let's stop here and see. Pitchfork. So you need another one. Carlos. Then Peter. Winner. Like this, right? No, winner every. Yeah. Pass 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's try creating it. Open a second ChatGPT. What if I save it to here? Then I can access my WSL. Okay, so let's try and putting Peter, right? Peter. Yeah. Then we can use output.txt. Yeah, this should work, right? Just paste this. How many lines? 134. Close. Okay, so this should work. So let's try the pitchfork attack and add one here. Then let's add it. So where's the first position? To be honest, I don't know. So let's remove it, then add. Then we can paste this one. We can brute force again, add here. Then we can paste the one that we created, the output one. Yeah, paste. So let's try brute forcing this. Hopefully it works. Hopefully. Winner Peter. What? Can we like reset? So okay, the intended one is using a macro from the extension, but we are not using it. It's okay. I feel like this is correct. You just need to wait. Okay, so let's try doing the attack again. Okay, so it's actually two. This will be a problem. I need to remake it from scratch again. Can only brute force two passwords out of time. So let's do this. But now modulus 2. This should work. File, open output.txt. Enter. Okay, it should work now. Hopefully this works. So let's check out. How many lines is it? 151 now. Carlos. What? Oh, never mind, it's empty. This should work. I don't think this is necessary. The last one is useless. So let's wait until we can log into winner again. Then let's try the new payloads. One, clear, then paste, then the second one, clear, then paste. Winner Peter. Wait, if we are correct, we are given a direction, right? Winner Peter. Then let's do intercept. Oh yeah, 300. Okay, so this should be nice. Let's do the intruder attack again, but now it's more controlled. Hopefully works. Okay, now we can wait for Carlos to get a 300. Please, Carlos. Carlos? Where are you, Carlos? Wait, okay, we found the Carlos password. Oh, finally, we solved the lab without using Burpsuit Pro. So let's stop the attack first. Yes! I solved the lab without using Burpsuit Pro. Finally. I'm so proud of myself. Woo! So let's check the solution. To be honest, I don't understand what he's doing. I will just keep the answer to myself. I will just keep my answer, my own answer, and not the hint. I feel like mine is also good, not always. Okay, so we have solved the challenge. Now let's continue. Is it another lap? Okay, so it's not another lap. That was a bit sad. Okay. Whew, that was pretty fun. So now we are trying to learn about account locking. One way in which websites try to prevent brute forcing is to lock the account if certain suspicious criteria are met. Usually, a set of number failed login attempts, just as with normal login errors. Responses from the server indicating that an account is locked can also help an attacker to enumerate usernames. Locking an account offers a certain amount of protection against targeted brute forcing of a specific account. However, this approach fails to adequately prevent brute force attack in which the attacker is just trying to gain access to any random account they can. The reason why they can enumerate username is because account locking only happens and accounts are already created, I'm pretty sure. So if there's an error about account being locked, like imagine Carlos' account is locked for failed attempts, then we know for sure that there's a Carlos account already created in the server. Locking an account offers certain amount. So in this part, I feel like the attacker will use the same word list for all of the counts. So even if it's locked, it will still be like, I don't know how to explain it, but it doesn't blocks all of the count. For example, the following method can be used to work around this kind of protection. Establish a list of candidate usernames that are likely to be valid. This could be through username enumeration or simply based on a list of common usernames. Decide on a very small short list of passwords that you think at least one user is likely to have. Crucially, the number of passwords you select must not exceed the number of login attempts allowed. For example, if you have work out that the limit is 3 attempts, you need to pick a maximum of 3 password guesses. Yeah, this is the same as before, right? Using a tool such as Burp Intruder, try each of the selected passwords with each of the candidate's username. This way, you can attempt brute force every account without triggering the account lock. You'll only need a single user to use one of the 3 passwords in order to compromise your account. Whoa, yeah. So this is what I meant. What I'm trying to explain is, if you are brute forcing multiple accounts and only like one of them are locked, we can always try to the other accounts. So yeah. Yeah, you only need a single user to use one of the 3 passwords in order to compromise the account. Yeah, that's true. Wait, there's no lab. Account locking also fails to protect against credential stuffing attacks. This involves using a massive dictionary username password pairs. Yeah, because it's only on specific usernames. So if you have like 100 usernames, then they can lock all of the account in a single login, right? They will know which accounts we are trying to compromise. Composed of genuine login credentials stolen in data breaches, credential stuffing relies on the fact that many people reuse the same username and password on multiple websites, and therefore, there's a chance that some of the compromised credentials in the dictionary are also valid on the target website. Account locking does not protect against credential stuffing because each username is only being attempted once. Yeah, that's what I meant. Credential stuffing is particularly dangerous because it can sometimes result in the attacker compromising many different accounts with just a single automated attack. Username enumeration via account lock. This lab is vulnerable to username enumeration. It uses account locking, but this contains a logic flaw. To solve the lab, enumerate a valid username, force this user passwords, then access their account page. Okay. So do we need to try? Let's try accessing the lab first, then let's think on how to solve the challenge. So let's just intercept this first. I really want to do all of them like multiple times. So let's bring it to the intruder. How can we do that? Oh, I have an idea actually. What if? What if? I'm pretty sure this will work. Let's put the username here. Let's stack the possible usernames. It's the same, right? Okay. Then you can just remove this output and remove this password. Oh, never mind. This is the original password, right? So let's search. Let's see this. This is what I think about. Then the second one, we can create numbers from 1 to 3. So let's start the attack. So it's swapped. I think it's swapped. Let's start. Wait, let's put the first one here. Remove, clear, then add a number from 1 to 3. Then the password, add the second. I don't like how it's. So it doesn't help. Can I swap like this part? Does this cause an error? Let's try. And username is A. If this works, it's very cool. Say invalid please. Okay, so it works. So I think we can swap this. Then we can add one here. Then the position is 2. So we can swap it. Clear this one. We can create a numbers 1, 2, 3. Then the second one, which is a simple list that you can paste. Wait, no, clear. To copy it from here again, paste, then let's start the attack. Wait, well, let's also, so I'm gonna make it more. Let's make it to 5. Then also we can make the settings which can extract the error. Where's the error? This can extract this part. I'm pretty sure it will have a different warning. And let's start the attack. While waiting, we can check the candidate passwords. But wouldn't we be locked? Is it only username locked? I don't understand. It's going to take a very long time. To be honest, I'm not really sure if this is the correct method, so let's try checking the solution first because this is taking so much time. For real, so we are doing the right one, but it's just taking a long time. If we failed, this will be very, very frustrating, to be honest. Let me just ask my AI a bit. I want to confirm if this is working. So it will work. Okay. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, so my technique should be working. We just need to wait. Oh, okay, we found the... Okay, we finally found the username. So the username is called affiliate. Skip that. Here, let's pass it first. Pause. Then let's try to create another intruder. Where we already have the username and the password will be a simple list, which is this. It's using the same password, right? Yeah, it's using the same password, and hopefully we can solve it. So we are actually doing the right thing, but I was a bit panicking because I felt like it was wrong, but I was actually correct and I was doing the right thing. How can we brute force the password now? So this is the one thing that I don't understand. So let's check it. Hmm. For real? Is this the password for real? Let's copy it first. And wait a minute. Hopefully this is correct. Oh! Oh, so we already solved the challenge, but I just didn't expect it to have a different error, like it will be empty. Okay, so that was a bit fun and gassy for me. But yeah, that was pretty nice. We solved the challenge. Very cool. So let's remove all of this intruder first. And yeah, let's continue. Okay, so now we are talking about user rate limiting. Another way websites try to prevent brute force attacks is through user rate limiting. In this case, making too many login requests within a short period of time causes your IP address to be blocked. Typically, 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 the IP can only be unblocked in one of the following ways: automatically after a certain period of time has elapsed, manually by the administrator, or manually by the user after successfully completing a CAPTCHA. User rate limiting is sometimes preferred to account locking due to being less prone to username enumeration and denial of service attacks. However, it is not completely secure, as we saw an example of in an area of in an earlier lab. There are several ways an attacker can manipulate their apparent IP in order to bypass the block. As the limit base as the limit is based on the rate of HTTP requests sent from the user's IP address, it is sometimes also possible to bypass this defense if you can work out how to guess multiple passwords in a single request. Is this like race condition? Sometimes also possible to bypass this if you can work out how to guess multiple passwords in a single request. Okay. HTTP basic authentication, although fairly old, its relative simplicity and ease of implementation means you might sometimes see HTTP basic authentication being used. In HTTP basic authentication, the client receives an authentication token from the server, which is constructed by concatenating the username and password and encoding it in base64. This token is stored and managed by the browser, which automatically adds it to the authorization header of every subsequent request as follows. Okay, HTTP basic authentication for any number of reasons, this is generally not considered a secure authentication method. Firstly, it involves repeatedly sending the user's login credentials with every request. Unless the website also implements a HSTS, user credentials are open to being captured in a man-in-the-middle attack. In addition, implementations of HTTP basic authentication often don't support brute force protection, as the token consists exclusively of static values. This can leave it vulnerable to being brute force. HTTP basic authentication is also particularly vulnerable to session-related exploits, notably CSRF, against which it offers. HTTP basic authentication is particularly vulnerable to session-related exploits, notably CSRF, against which it offers no protection on its own. In some cases, exploiting vulnerable HTTP basic authentication might only grant an attacker access to a seemingly uninteresting page. However, in addition to providing a further attack surface, the credentials exposed in this way might be reused in other more confidential contexts. Yeah, more confidential contexts. So this is a bit weird, but I think I understand why this is a problem. Is because HTTP basic authentication uses a authorization header, which imagine if you are doing a man-in-the-middle attack, they could take one request and they could see the authorization header and they could just decode the base64 and get our row count. So it's pretty bad. Okay, wait. Okay, let me take a 1 minute break. 2 hours. We are already 2 hours in. Okay, let's continue. So vulnerabilities in multi-factor authentication. So this is like 2FA, right? Two-factor, probably. In this section, we will look at some of the vulnerabilities that can occur in multi-factor authentication mechanisms. We have also provided several interactive labs to demonstrate how you can exploit these vulnerabilities in multi-factor authentication. Many websites rely exclusively on single-factor authentication using a password to authenticate users. However, some require users to prove their identity using multiple authentication factors. Wait, I think I haven't taken any notes. Let's go back a bit. Okay, let's save this part. Okay, let's continue then. I think that's okay. I'll also save this part because yeah, I wanna research about it later. Also save this part so maybe in the future if I ever met with HTTP basic authentication, I can explain why this is vulnerable and it's not good. Yeah, I feel like that's good. That's good for our notes. Okay. Okay, we have read this one. So let's continue. Okay. Verifying biometric factors is impractical for most websites. However, it is increasingly common to see both mandatory and optional two-factor authentication to FA based on something you know or something you have. This usually requires users to enter both a traditional password and a temporary verification code from an out-of-band physical device in their possession. While it is sometimes possible for an attacker to obtain a single knowledge-based factor, such as a password, being able to simultaneously obtain another factor from an out-of-band source is considerably less likely. For this reason, two-factor authentication is demonstrably more secure than single-factor authentication. However, as with security measure, it is only ever as secure as its implementation. Poorly implemented two-factor authentication can be beaten, or even bypassed entirely, just as single-factor authentication can. It is also worth noting that the full benefits of multi-factor authentication are only achieved by verifying multiple different factors. Verifying the same factor in two different ways is not true to two-factor authentication. Email-based 2FA is one such example. Although the user has to provide a password and verification code, accessing the code only relies on them knowing the login credentials for the email account. Therefore, the knowledge authentication factor is simply being verified twice. I feel like I disagree with this part. If they're using like a different password for the email, and so the password for the website and for their own email could be different, then this 2FA is simply valid for me. I don't think it's checking the same authentication twice. I mean, like, it's checking the same type twice, but it's different. So I feel like it's kind of valid, but maybe it's bad. I'm not sure. Maybe if I correct me if I'm wrong. If you guys know, please tell me. So, two-factor authentication tokens. Okay. Verification codes are usually read by the user from a physical device of some kind, maybe your phone, probably. Many high-security websites now provide users with a dedicated device for this purpose, such as the RSA token or keypad device that you might use to access your online banking or work laptop. In addition to being purpose in addition to being purpose-built for security, these dedicated devices also have the advantage of generating the verification code directly. It is also common for websites to use a dedicated mobile app such as Google Authenticator for the same reason. Yeah, this is similar to when you want to log into HackerOne, then we need to use the Google Authenticator to authenticate ourselves from our phone. Yeah. On the other hand, some websites send verification codes to a user's mobile phone as a text message. While this is technically still verifying the factor of something you have, it is open to abuse. Firstly, the code is being transmitted via SMS rather than being generated by the device itself. This creates the potential for the code to be intercepted. There's also a risk of SIM swapping, whereby an attacker fraudulently obtains a SIM card with the victim's phone number. The attacker will then receive all SMS messages sent to the victim, including the one containing the verification code. Yeah, this is a big problem. Yeah, like SIM swapping is a big problem in number verifications. I don't think number verifications are good. I know some applications use that. I even found a bug in an application that used a number verification, but it got this it got yeah, I won't explain much, but it was a bad experience. You could check my LinkedIn for details. Bypassing two-factor authentication. At times, the implementation of two-factor authentication is flawed to the point where it can be bypassed entirely. If the user is first prompted to enter a password, then prompted to enter a verification code on a separate page, the user is effectively in a lock-in state before they have entered the verification code. In this case, it is worth testing to see if you can directly skip to the login only pages after completing the first authentication step. Occasionally, you will find that a website doesn't actually check whether you are Occasionally, you will find that a website doesn't actually check whether or not you completed the second step before loading the page. Ooh, this is a very big brain one. So imagine if you have a login page. After you log in into a valid account, it will bring you to a 2FA verification, right? In that 2FA verification, you add nothing, like you answer nothing, then you just access another page. Maybe it's the dashboard, which the account should be, where only logged-in users can access, like the user profile. We can just go to that endpoint and just skip the 2FA entirely. Yeah, 2FA simple bypass. This lapse two-factor authentication can be bypassed. You have already obtained a valid username and password but do not have access to the user's 2FA verification code. To solve the lab, access Carlos account. Yeah, to solve the lab, access the Carlos account page. So okay, so let's first log into Winner Peter. I'm pretty sure we need the account page endpoint first, then we can try it to skip. Let's open the email client. Then I don't think we need burp for this. Let's open Winner Peter. Then let's check the email client, and 1440. Now let's log in. Yeah, it's called my account, ID winner. What if, wait, let me save this. We change it to Carlos, but let's log into Carlos's account. Carlos Montoya. Carlos Montoya. Then in this part, we are already in a locked-in state, right? But the website is asking us for the 2FA. But what if we just access another endpoint other than the login? Yeah, we solved the challenge. I don't think we even need this ID one. Yeah. Very nice. We solved the challenge. That's pretty easy because it's still the basics, right? Okay. So we have solved the challenge before, but I resolved the challenge. I forgot why. I think this is in the server side error, right? Vulnerabilities, server side vulnerabilities. Pretty sure. Okay, I'm gonna take a break for like 2 minutes because I need to go to the toilet. Wait. Okay, I'm back. Okay, let's continue. So now we are going to learn about flawed two-factor verification logic. Sometimes flawed logic in two-factor authentication means that after a user has completed the initial login step, the website doesn't adequately verify that the same user is completing the second step. Hmm, interesting. Okay. For example, the user logs in with their normal credentials in the first step as follows. So we are logging as Carlos, password QWERTY. They are assigned a cookie that relates to their account before being taken to the second step of the login process. Hmm. When submitting the verification code, the request uses this cookie to determine which account the user is trying to access. In this case, an attacker could log in using their own credentials, then change the value of account cookie to any arbitrary username when submitting the verification code. This is extremely dangerous if the attacker is able to brute force the verification code, as it will allow them to log in to arbitrary users' accounts based entirely on their username. This will never even they will never even they will never even need to know the user's password. Interesting. So let's study about the application first. So let's first log in our burp using our winner Peter account. So we have an email client. So let's first try logging in as Carlos. Let's first intercept it. Let's check the response. I don't think that works, so let's try winner Peter now. I know this is going to give us a better response. Session A64. Oh, set cookie verify winner. What if we change it to Carlos? Forward. Forward. What happens? How can we brute force it now? Is there any way? Let's try login again. What if we haven't changed anything? Wait, what? What's happening? So it doesn't work. Is there really no brute force for this? Brute force the verification code. So it's really a brute forcing. I thought we will need to brute force because my intruder is very slow. So I thought we wouldn't have to do this. Peter, Carlos. But I guess challenge wants us to use Burpsit Pro. If not, then we are going to take a long time. What was the one he was using? I forgot. Brute Forcer. And we only need the numbers and start the attack. is so evil, man. I'm using a free version of Burpsuit. However, this will take a lot of time. It's only 57 of 10,000, man. I'm pretty sure someone will also be mad about this. I'm pretty sure we need like a premium website pro to solve this lab fast. I really hate that. What? What's wrong? Goodbye. Why is it failing? Will this take a long time as well? Oh, the reason why it doesn't work is because I'm using the template, not the base 64 of the template. Oh shit. Oh, that's why it was not working. I understand it now because I was using the raw version of the hash and not the base 64 of it. Because the website uses base 64, right? Here, if you check the cookie, where is the cookie? I forgot. Application. Yeah, cookies. See, the stack login is on base 64. If you open CyberChef, it's from base 64. Yeah, I was submitting this part and not the base 64, so it will never be valid. Template Carlos. You're trying to. Okay, Carlos. Oh, we found one that is valid. Did we solve it? Yeah, we solved it. Nice. So the problem is just that I used the non base 64 cookie. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, but we solved it, and yeah, that's pretty fun. Okay. Okay, that was fun. Let's continue our path. Refresh and solve. Let's check out the solution. It's probably using. Yeah. This is to be honest, I will prefer using Python instead of Burpsuite because I could debug Python like easily. I prefer Python. Yeah, that's it. Let's continue. Keeping users logged in continued. In some rare cases, it may be possible to obtain a user's actual password in clear text from a cookie. Even if it is hashed, hashed versions of well-known password lists are available online. So if the user's password appears in one of these lists, decrypting the hash can occasionally be as trivial as just pasting the hash into a search engine. This demonstrates the importance of this, this demonstrate the importance of result in effective encryption. Decrypting the hash can occasionally be as trivial as spacing the hash into a search, and this demonstrates the importance of salt encryption. Yeah, this is called a rainbow table attack, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, we can we have pre-computed tables of hashes that we could check if the hash given is already there. Then if it is there, we can just use it. Offline password cracking lab. This lab stores the user password hash in a cookie. The lab also contains access vulnerability in the comment functionality. To solve the lab, obtain Carlos' stay logged in cookie and use it to crack his password. Then, log in as Carlos and delete his account from my account page. Okay. Stay logged in cookie and use it to crack his password. So first, let's just winner ether go to the exploit server workgroup. Let's go to the comment, and I don't think that is the part, so let's try. Script alert 1 script. winner. Oh, this is Carlos. So let's do crack station. Yeah, crack station. Maybe it will work. Oh, okay, we solved the challenge already. Carlos. Yeah, basically we can use XSS to steal their account. Then from the cookie we can brute force the password because the cookie contains a format which stores the password hash and the username in a base64. So you can see here, this is Carlos's cookie. After we stole it, we can see that this is his username and this is his password hash. Then we can use like a hashing brute forcer like the one I did before, like said before, using the rainbow tables attack. So Crackstation is one of the famous websites to do the attack automatically. Yeah, my personal favorite. There's Sun. Okay. Oh, we need to delete the account. Wait, my bad. I thought we finished the challenge. The account. Okay, we finished the lab. Nice. That's pretty nice. Okay, before we continue, I'm gonna take a break for like 20 minutes maybe. I need to eat. Okay, so see you guys. Okay, so I'm back, guys. I finished eating and let's finish this path. Okay, so now we are talking about resetting user passwords. In practice, some users will forget their password, so it is common to have a way for them to reset it. Wait. As the usual password-based authentication is obviously impossible in this scenario, websites have to rely on alternative methods to make sure that the real user is resetting their own password. For this reason, the password reset functionality is inherently dangerous and needs to be implemented securely. There are a few different ways that this feature is commonly implemented and with varying degrees of vulnerability. Sending passwords by email. It should go without saying that sending users their current password should never be possible. If a website handles passwords securely in the first place, instead, some websites generate a new password and send this to the user via email. Yeah, imagine if we can change the email to our email address. Generally speaking, sending persistent password over insecure channels is to be avoided. In this case, the security relies on either the generated password expiring after a very short period, or the user changing their own password again immediately. Otherwise, this approach is highly susceptible to man-in-the-middle attacks. Email is also generally not considered secure given that inboxes are both persistent and not really designed for a secure storage of confidential information. Many users also automatically sync their inbox between multiple devices across insecure channels. Yeah. resetting passwords by using resetting passwords using a URL. So we are going to reset password using okay. A more robust method of resetting password is to send a unique URL to users that takes them to a password reset page. Less secure implementations of this method use a URL with an easily guessable parameter to identify which account is being reset. For example, we are accessing the http vulnerable website.com, which has an endpoint reset password, which we can give a parameter user with a value victim user. In this case, an attacker could change the user parameter to refer to any username they have identified. They will then be taken the they will then be taken straight to a page where they can potentially set a new password for this arbitrary user. Yeah, I don't need to explain that part because I know you guys already understand the problem with that. Resetting passwords using a URL. A better implementation of this process is to generate a high entropy hard to guess token and create the reset URL based on that. In the best scenario, provide this this URL should provide no hints about which user's passwords is being reset. Yeah, the user wouldn't know how the website creates this token. Maybe it's random, I don't know. When the user visits this URL, the system should check whether this token exists on the backend, and if so, which user's password it is supposed to reset. This token should expire after a short period of time and be destroyed immediately after the password has been reset. However, some websites fail to also validate the token again when some some websites fail to validate the token again when the reset form is submitted. In this case, an attacker could simply visit the reset form from their own account, delete the token, and leverage this page to reset an arbitrary user's password. I don't understand this part. In this case, attacker can visit the result from form from their own account to the token and leverage this page to reset and leverage that and leverage this page to reach password. So I'm still confused about the bottom line here, but I'll just continue. Password reset, lab password reset broken logic. This lab's password reset functionality is vulnerable. To solve the lab, reset Carlos' password, then log in and access his My Account page. Okay, so let's log in as winner. I don't know where to go. Instead. Okay, so let's try. What if we change Carlos's? Then intercept the response. Carlos Peter. Oh, we solved the challenge. Oh, that's actually very simple. Okay, very cool. So the problem is they created a unique URL, right? But okay, I understand the below one. So after we went into the unique URL, in the unique URL, the post request was not validated correctly, so it's useless. Yeah, see, validated token again. Yeah, delete the token and leverage. I didn't delete the token. I only changed the username to leverage this page and reset an arbitrary user's password. Yeah, it's the same. Wow, that's very cool. And yeah, we have solved the challenge. Let's continue. So resetting passwords using resetting passwords using a URL continued. If the URL in the reset email is generated dynamically, this may also be vulnerable to password reset poisoning. In this case, an attacker can potentially steal another user's token and use it to change change their password. Password, okay. Password reset poisoning via middleware. This type is vulnerable to password reset poisoning. The user Carlos will carelessly click on any links in emails that he receives. To solve the lab, log in into Carlos' account. You can log in to your own account using the following credentials. Any email sent to this account can be read via the email client. Interesting, this sounds fun. It's taking a while as usual. How do we know his email though? Let's try to intercept this part. What happens? So it's kind of useless. But what's the point of this exploit server though? confused on how to solve this. Let's view the what? What? For real? Hmm. Oh, explorated host. What's that? I don't even know what's that. Let's search it up on Google first. Oh, so this is actually a bit. Oh, okay. So that's new to me. X1.4 is the one accessing, and of X1.host is a like value that if the website trusts, it will create it based on that. Okay, so that's interesting. Something new. That's something new for me. I learned something new. Nice. So let's check the solve. Oh yeah, it's solved. So let's continue. Wow, that was a bit hard for me because I didn't know what to do. So now we are talking about changing user passwords. Typically, changing your password involves entering your current password then the new password twice. These pages fundamentally rely on the same process for checking that usernames and current passwords match as a normal login page does. Therefore, these pages can be vulnerable to the same techniques. Password change functionality Password change functionality can be particularly dangerous if if it allows an attacker to access it directly without being logged in as the victim user. For example, if the username is provided in a hidden field, an attacker might be able to edit this value in the request to target arbitrary users. This can potentially be exploited to enumerate usernames and brute force. This potentially be exploited to enumerate usernames. Okay. This lapse password change functionality makes it vulnerable to brute force attacks. Okay. Okay, let's try solving this. This sounds very promising. So this is the candidate password set. Okay. So based on the explanation from before, I think I know how to solve this. But first, let's log into our own account, Peter. And where's the change password? Then what if we change AAA? Then we can pass it. Yeah, you can see the Peter. Wait, what happens if we provide a wrong password? Peter. Change of the A to Peter. So I think we can brute force this already. We can just change this to Carlos. Then just guess the current password, right? Can wait until all of them are finished. Then we can just try to log in because one of the passwords are probably correct. So it's still wrong. So let's wait until all of them are finished and hopefully one of them is correct. Yeah. '84. We are so close. Hmm. Why doesn't it work? Should have worked. Hmm. I don't understand why doesn't it work. I feel like this is the way, right? Am I doing something wrong? Yeah, I think I need to see the solution to understand. Wait, what? For real? That sounds interesting. Wait, let me try it myself. Oh, okay, I understand it now. If the new password is not the same, then we will not be forwarded. The return will be 200 and not 300 because we are not forwarded to the login page because it's still incorrect. But this creates a place for an error which shows if the current password is incorrect or no. If this is the same, it will just redirect us to the login page. Yeah. So then we can brute force this part. Then yeah, you could then just use the thing that we learned from before. This is so OP, man. This part, then take the warning, then start the attack. Oh, this is so cool, man. Oh, we found the password. So the password is literally just pass. So let's log into his account. Carlos and pass. So this happens because the logic of the application is, from my understanding, is if the new password and the confirmed new password is the same, then we will be redirected on, without checking the current password, without telling us if the current password is wrong or right. It will just redirect us because the both of the new passwords are correct. But if we make it different, then it wouldn't redirect us and will show us the error messages from the current password before. Yeah. So if you wanna see if I put the correct password with a different confirm wrong password, but the new password and the confirmed new password is the same, then it will redirect us back to the login page. Yeah, that is the problem from before that I didn't thought about, and that is very very smart. Nice. Yeah, we solved the challenge by the solution, but yeah, I learned something new again, and that was very very fun. Okay, so what else should we do now? Wait. Okay, let's continue. Okay, we are almost finished. We are on the defense part. Wow, that was very frustrating, and I have been streaming for 4 hours straight, and man, this lab took a lot of time because we have 55 rooms, right? Usually usually one path only takes me like 2 hours, 1 hours, other than the race condition from before, and this is the longest I've been doing a single path for. Insane. It's very tiring. I'm already very tired, but let's just finish it. Preventing attacks on your own authentication mechanisms. Okay, so we have demonstrated several ways in which websites can be vulnerable due to how they are authent due, due to how they implement authentication. To reduce the risk of such attacks on your own websites, there are several principles that you should follow that you should always try to follow. To reduce the risk of such attacks on your own, there are several principles that you should always try to follow. Okay, so this is very good. Wait, let me take this part and put it on my notes so that if I've ever get like an authentication on like a pen testing job or a bug bounty program, I'll hope I can explain on how to prevent them. So this is the most important part, one of the most important part of the path. Okay, so take care with user credentials. Even the most robust authentication mechanisms are ineffective if you unwittingly disclose a valid set of auto-login credentials to an attacker. It should go without saying that you should never send any login data over unencrypted connections. Although you may have implemented HTTPS for your login request, make sure that you enforce this by redirecting any attempted HTTP request to HTTPS as well. You should also audit your website to make sure that no username or email addresses are disclosed, either through publicly accessible profiles or reflected in HTTP profiles, for example. Audit your website. Reflected in HTTP response. Okay. Don't count on users for security. Strict authentication measures often require some additional effort from your users. Human nature makes it all but inevitable that some users will find ways to save themselves this effort. Therefore, you need to enforce secure behavior whenever possible. The most obvious example is to implement an effective password policy. Some of some of the more traditional policies fall down because people crowbar their own predictable passwords into the policy. Instead, it can be more effective to implement a simple password checker of some kind, which allows users to experiment with passwords and provides feedback about their strength in real time. A popular example is the JavaScript library ZXCVBN, which was developed by Dropbox by only allowing passwords which are rated highly by the password checker. You can enforce the use of secure passwords more effectively than you can with traditional policies. So this is basically the password strength checker, which checks, like, usually it will say like your password can be brute force in how many years, or your password is strong, very strong, yeah, like that, and yada yada, and your password is weak. Yeah, this is basically it. So let's copy that to my notes. Wait, what the heck? Prevent username enumeration. It is considerably easier for an attacker to break your authentication mechanisms if you reveal that a user exists on the system. There are even certain situations where, due to the nature of the website, the knowledge that a particular person has an account is sensitive information in itself. Regardless of whether an tap user is valid, it is important to use identical generic error messages and make sure they really are identical. You should always return the same HTTP status code with each login and request. Finally, make the response times in different scenarios as indistinguishable as possible. Indistinguishable. I don't know how to pronounce that. Yeah. Implement robust brute force protection. Given how simple constructing a brute force attack can be, it is vital to ensure that you take steps to prevent or at least disrupt any attempts to brute force logins. One of the most effective methods is to implement strict IP-based user rate limiting. This should improve measures to prevent attackers from manipulating their apparent IP address. Ideally, you should require the user to complete a CAPTCHA test with every login attempt after a certain limit is reached. Keep in mind that this is not guaranteed to completely eliminate the threat of brute forcing. However, making the process as tedious and manual as possible increases the likelihood that any would-be attacker gives up and goes in search of a softer target instead. Yeah, this is basically implementing CAPTCHA. So because the attacker like realize that we need to submit a CAPTCHA after after a couple of tries, then he will be like, oh, this is not brute forceable. I will just change like a target. I will just change targets to find something that is more weak. Yeah, something that's weaker. A website that you're not using CAPTCHA or something. I don't know. Okay, triple check your verification logic. As demonstrated by our labs, it is easy for simple logic flaws to creep into code, which in the case of authentication have the potential to completely compromise your website and users. Auditing any verification or validation logic truly to eliminate flaws is absolutely key to robust authentication. A check that can be bypassed is ultimately not much better than no check at all. A check that can be bypassed is ultimately not much better than check. Yeah, this is a good line. A check that can be bypassed is ultimately not much better than no check. So this means that any checks are actually that important. So if it fails, then it's not much better than no checks. It's trash, yeah. Don't forget supplementary functionality. Be sure not to just focus on the central login pages and overlook additional functionality related to authentication. This is particularly important in cases where the attacker is free to register their own account and explore this functionality. Remember that a password reset or change is just as valid and attack surface as the main login mechanism, and consequently must be equally robust. Yeah, you should you should just check everything that requires authentication. For me, for example, a password reset or maybe something that you need a authentication for, you should double check it and never underestimate any functions in your or APIs in your website or application. Okay, the last one, implement proper multi-factor authentication. While multi-factor authentication may not be practical for every website, when done properly, it is much more secure than password-based login alone. Remember that verifying multiple instances of the same factor is not true multi-factor authentication. Sending verification codes via email is essentially just a more long-winded form of single-factor authentication. SMS-based 2FA is technically verifying two factors, something you know and something you have. However, the potential for abuse through SIM swapping, for example, means that this system can be unreliable. Ideally, 2FA should be implemented using a dedicated device or app that generates the verification code directly. As they are purpose-built to provide security, these are typically more secure. Yeah. So 2FA should be implemented using a dedicated device or app like the Google Authenticator app that generates the verification code directly, and also the Google Verificator app is good because every 30 seconds it will reset the code and change it to a new one. So the reason is because they are purpose built to provide security, and these are typically more secure. And yeah, that's why it's more secure. That's one of the points. But yeah, finally, just as with the main authentication logic, make sure that the logic in your 2FA checks is sound so that it cannot be easily bypassed. Like the one from before, where we can just access, where we are in a login state and we can just access another endpoint and the 2FA is just skip. Yeah. Let's continue. And we have finished the lab. Wow, that actually took a lot of time. The stream is almost 5 hours long. That's very, very crazy. But yeah, we completed the path. And yeah, that was very tiring. But I hope you guys could understand more about the authentication. I hope you guys studied with me and understand more, and also had a lot of fun watching me. Yeah, I myself had a very fun experience. I learned a lot of stuff like the X-Warradet host. That was very cool. I didn't know about that. Yeah, and I learned a lot of scripting. Yeah, my scripting are getting better little by little. I know it's getting better. Yeah, and that's it for today. Thank you guys for watching.